So, bro, it is. I don't know.
Ole loke. All right.
I'm the manager transformation and social inclusion. So that is where we come from. So this issue of education for us is very sensitive and very important because at the end of the day, yes, we might have access to higher education institution, but if we don't have success, then we didn't have education. But further, I think colleagues, as we are here this morning to engage, and to share ideas, share best practices, it's also important also to understand as UniZulu, because that is also where we need to place ourselves to say, as we gather this morning as UniZulu, with our vision and the mission, which is the university that is there to promote a node for African thought. What is this African thought as now we are talking about education? How does it talk to that? How do the two issues correlate with each other? Because yes, we might have the right to education, but if you are not able to succeed, then there's no need to have the right to education. So it's important, therefore, as the Constitution has guaranteed us this right to say, Then internationally, so as now we are recognizing education, as we are recognizing this right, how then does it translate to us as UniZulu? So this week, colleagues, as we are welcoming you to this event, it is a week whereby we look at globally to say now, as we are celebrating the benefits of international education specifically, because yes, we come from that era as South Africa, whereby our education based upon my color of the skin, I personally would have received what we call Bantu education, whereby I was just taught to read and to write, but I was not taught how to think critically. I was not taught to use the knowledge and the certificate that I get from university to make sure that it can be a living without sometimes even to go through the formal employment. So it is important that at times we engage around this concept of education. What is the relevance thereof? Because when you look at the education, even the right to education itself, theoretically in itself, it is a right that is there. But then this right, as we are saying that, how does then it talk to us in a global sense? Does my right as a subaltern, do I still have agency to can determine what is the knowledge and the education that I receive? As we are talking of decolonization, yes, UniZulu, in terms of, as a theoretical framework, even as a method of achieving quality education, how then do we decolonize this education? Do we replace it with indigenous knowledge? Do we replace it with African? And when we say African knowledge, what is African knowledge? I was telling the colleagues the other day that we used to play what we call decade or the 5-stone game. What was the knowledge that we gained from that particular game that we are playing? I say it was mathematical literacy, because if you could not read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you cannot play the game. So us as Africans, knowledge has been there, coming from that time of Kemet, the hieroglyphics. But here we are now today to say this. What is it as the Node for African Thought? What is this Node for African Thought? How does it relate internationally, and how does it place us on the map? So as we celebrate this cultural diversity, as we are here to strengthen research and international collaborations, then how then do we make sure, as I say, that as UniZulu, we are, placed on the map, we are decolonized, are we just a university in Africa, or are we an African university? So those are the kind of challenges that we are going to engage. So welcome, colleagues, this morning to this week as we engage, and try to understand these issues. So also, without wasting time, colleagues, let me then call our DVC Teaching and Learning, Prof. Ntokozo Mashia, to just welcome us and to open the discussion this morning, so that, we should feel welcome, because now, at home, when the elders have said that, therefore, you know that, yes, you are at home. So let us give a round of applause for our Prof.
So much. Program Director, Mr. Mswana, thank you very much. Vice Chancellor, Professor Kunene in absentia, the University Management, distinguished international and national guests, colleagues and students, good morning to you all. Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our International Education Week of 2026. This gathering has become one of the flagship events of the University of Zululand, providing us with an opportunity to reflect critically on our international engagements while envisioning new possibilities for higher education on the African continent and beyond. This commitment is reflected in our work through the Node for African Thought, which continues to provide intellectual leadership in advancing African epistemologies, indigenous knowledge systems, and decolonial scholarship. The Node represents our aspiration to ensure that Africa's intellectual traditions, philosophies, language, and lived experiences occupy their rightful place in global knowledge production. Africa-focused internationalization, therefore, becomes a vehicle through which African thought engages the world confidently, critically, and collaboratively. The ethics of Africa-focused internationalization require us to build partnerships based on mutual respect, reciprocity, trust, and shared benefit. For too long, many international collaborations have been characterized by unequal power relations, where means building capacity together rather than creating dependency. It means ensuring that our students and academics participate as equal partners in international collaborations, not merely as beneficiaries. At the same time, ethics without strategy cannot achieve sustainable transformation. Our strategy for Africa-focused internationalization must therefore be deliberate and purposeful. It should strengthen student mobility within Africa, promote collaborative curriculum development, expand virtual international learning opportunities, and also encourage joint research that is addressing African priorities, and also build networks that enhance graduate employability across the continent. Internationalization must not be confined to those who are able to travel abroad. It must be experienced by every student who walks through our classroom. Through internationalization at home, collaborative online international learning, multicultural curricula, multilingual engagement, and globally relevant learning experiences grounded in African realities, we can ensure that all our students become globally competent graduates without losing their African identity. At UniZulu, we believe that curriculum transformation and internationalization are inseparable. An internationalized curriculum must also be a transformed curriculum, the one that embraces multiple knowledge systems and values indigenous knowledge systems alongside scientific knowledge. Africa does not need graduates who simply imitate global models. Africa needs graduates who can innovate from African contexts while contributing confidently to global conversations. This is the essence of our commitment to producing graduates who are globally grounded, who are locally grounded and globally engaged. Our university has already taken significant strides in this journey. We have developed institutional policies that support internationalization. We also have strengthened strategic partnerships across the continent and internationally. And most importantly, we have invested in initiatives that bring international experiences into our classrooms through the implementation of the COIL program, which is currently in its pilot phase. These achievements remind us that internationalization is not an end in itself. Rather, it is a means of enhancing the quality of teaching, learning, research, innovation, and community engagement. As we gather over the coming days, I encourage each one of us to engage openly and courageously. Let us challenge assumptions, share best practices, and imagine new models of collaboration that reflect African priorities while contributing meaningfully to global higher education. Our discussions should inspire practical actions that strengthen our institutions, empower our students, and contribute to the development of the African continent envisioned in Agenda 2063. Higher education has a critical role in to play in shaping a prosperous, peaceful, innovative, and sustainable Africa. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the International Office, the organizing committee, our staff, our students, our sponsors, and all our local and international partners whose commitment has made this event possible. Your dedication continues to strengthen the international profile of the University of Zululand. To our guests, we thank you for accepting our invitation. Your presence enriches our conversations and strengthens the partnerships that will shape the future of higher education. Let this International Education Week reaffirm our shared commitment to an internationalization that is ethical, inclusive, transformative, and unapologetically rooted in Africa. Together, let us demonstrate that Africa is not simply participating in global higher education. We are helping to redefine it. I wish you a productive, engaging, and inspiring International Education Week. Thank you so much. Ngiyabonga. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Mashia, for that introduction, even to laying the ground and guiding us in terms of what is it that we need to engage upon and focus upon. You know, the most important one being that, yes, as we are engaging on an international strategy, as we are saying that we want this international, you know, education that is global, that can be applied anywhere. How then do we make sure that that is ethical? It is strategic. We don't just tick the box, but we have that substantiveness that is required out of the whole process. So thanks, Prof, for welcoming us and giving us that warm welcome as we are here. So colleagues, without wasting time, let me then give to Mr. Mgleje to come and set up the scene for this morning. But while we are still waiting for Mr. Mgleje to prepare himself, can I give to the choir to give us, you know, a rendition of their good sounds? For us Africans, you know, we cannot meet without singing. Singing is part of, you know, our culture. I remember even when you went written recently, there's a case whereby the employer said so people were doing, whereas people were just practicing a wedding song. So as Africans, normally say we sing when we are happy, when we are sad. Every time we do sing, even my mother used to sing even when she's cleaning the house. So singing is part of our African culture. So let me just allow the choir to give us nice sounds, melodious sounds. Thanks.
Program Director. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Greeting to our Vice Chancellor and her executive, Professor Nokuthula Nene. In absentia, our esteemed guest, Professor Bheki Mngomezulu, Dr. Woods Tabete, Dr. Zipho Ngobo. I would also like to acknowledge our distinguished guest who will be joining us tomorrow. Honorable Njabulo Nzuza, Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Professor Jesse Lutabingwa, Dr. Mfanseni Mbata, as well as Ms. Tutu Mashel. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to pay special tribute to Professor Nontokozo Mashia, the visionary behind the International Education Week as we know it today. Professor Mashia was entrusted with the responsibility of re-establishing the international office in 2019. However, due to unprecedented challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the office's progress was understandably slow during its initial stages. The concept was formally approved and operationalized in 2021. When I joined the team towards the end of 2022, the office had developed a strong conceptual foundation upon which we could build. She undertook the challenging task of establishing an office that places the university core mandate at the center of its work. Unlike the previous structure, which functioned largely as an administrative office, the re-established international office was envisioned as a strategic entity that contributes meaningfully to the advancement of the university mission. Professor Mashia ensured that every program developed by the office contributes directly to one or more of the university pillars, which is teaching and learning, research, and societal impact through the community engagement. It is within this context that International Education Week was conceived. Its purpose was and continued to be to keep the university community informed about the global trends and developments in higher education, to showcase the internationalization work being undertaken at the University of Zululand, and to celebrate our rich African heritage. I believe we have achieved these objectives remarkably well. Today, I'm proud to say that I inherited a well-organized office with a clear strategic vision of how internationalization can be leveraged to center African thought and contribute to the transformation of higher education. The growth of this program reflects not only the expansion of our international partnerships and network, but also our commitment to engaging with issues of increasing relevance to our institution, our country, and our continent. It is therefore fitting that at a time when questions of migration, belonging, identity, and cross-border collaboration are shaping the public discourse here in South Africa. We dedicate this year's International Education Week to examining these issues through the lens of ethical and strategic internationalization. The inaugural International Education Week was held in 2022. At the time, the International Office was reintroducing the concept of comprehensive internationalization at the University of Zululand, and appropriately, the theme was internationalization at University of Zululand. It was the first event of its kind hosted by the university. We welcome the speakers from institutions as far afield as Malmö University in Sweden, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology in Kenya. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Valele Dwight, delivered a thought-provoking presentation titled Singobani, a question that resonated deeply with the university journey of self-discovery and positioning within the international higher education landscape. At that stage, the University of Zululand was poised to unlock its potential in internationalization. Over the years, our program has continued to grow. As recently as last year, we hosted a distinguished speaker from Ghana, demonstrating our commitment to embracing knowledge, partnership, and perspectives from across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the discourse surrounding immigration has become one of the most pressing and emotionally charged issues in South Africa today. As institutions of higher learning, we have an obligation to contribute meaningfully to this national conversation. Universities are not only centers of knowledge production, but also spaces where complex societal issues can be examined through rigorous scholarship, critical inquiry, and evidence-based analysis. It is for this reason that this year's theme was selected with a great care and deliberation. The ethics and strategy of Africa-focused internationalization seeks to explore both the ethically and strategic dimension of internationalization within the African context. It aims to demonstrate that internationalization is not merely a response to global trend, but rather a deliberate, responsible, and transformative strategy capable of advancing institutional, national, and continental goals. This theme invites us to reflect on important questions. How do we internationalize while remaining rooted in our African identity? How do we foster mobility, collaboration, knowledge exchange in ways that are ethical, equitable, and mutually beneficial? And how do we ensure that internationalization contributes to the Africa's development rather than reinforcing dependency and inequality? Over the next 3 days, we hope our distinguished speakers will help us unpack these questions and provide meaningful insights into the role that academics, institutions, policymakers, and society at large should play in shaping more inclusive and Africa-centered international agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, our sincere gratitude goes to our all-esteemed guests who have taken time out of their demanding schedules to be with us. Your presence enriches this program, and we are truly honored by your participation. To our facilitators and program directors, thank you for your dedication and support. Your contribution is deeply appreciated. Special thanks to Dr. Buthelezi and his team at Creative Arts, SASUF, BRICS Youth Commission, and our own Sisonke buddies for the support. To our colleagues, staff, and students who have left their offices, lecture halls, and other responsibilities to join us, we thank you. Your participation demonstrates your commitment to the important conversation that will unfold during this week. The program will not be possible without your support and engagement. Scholars, colleagues, students, and guests, let the engagement begin. Thank you very much.
No, thanks a lot, Mr. Mdletshe, for just setting up the scene for us, even giving us guidance to say what is it that we basically need to engage You know, what I picked up from my side is the issues that you raise around equitable knowledge, but also what is ethical internationalization, because it needs to be also be based on a strategy. You know, ethics are ethics. They don't, irrespective of your culture, religion, race, ethics are ethics and needs to be fulfilled. And we need to make sure that we act in that way. But also, how do we make sure that the knowledge as Africans that we produce is developmental to the needs of Africa? Because that is where the challenge is. Our knowledge is still saving Western knowledge, is still saving Western countries, even, you know, the methodology, the research that we do, our way of gathering knowledge, our way of research is still based. For example, if I can say to my lecturer, I don't want to use qualitative or quantitative or even mixed methodology. Then what is it that we're going to use? I say, I need an African way of doing research. So we still need to understand those kind of challenges. But also, as we said, you know, a knowledge that is not only making us to be dependent, because that is, as I said, you know, as a South Africans coming from our historical background, we were just given knowledge that makes us to be dependent on someone to be successful in life. So therefore, we need to ask now to say, what is it that we can bring that is innovative, that is going to create students that are entrepreneurial, you know, that can be empowered by the knowledge that they are receiving? How can we make sure, like I say, the subaltern is able to can receive and create knowledge that is beneficial for the subaltern within this global knowledge? And also, what is African-centered knowledge? So I think from our side, you know, those are the very important issues that we need to engage. So as we prepare to give to Prof. Ntombela and also to the team of the guest speakers to come to the podium, let us just give to the creative arts to give us a praise poet with also a song on in that respect. So to the creative arts, while we are doing that, Prof. Ntombela and the guest speakers, can they prepare themselves to come to the podium so that then we can begin to engage on these important issues? Thanks, colleagues. Creative arts, the floor is yours. I don't know, would you need a mic for the praise poet, or they will just give us?
Mina nginguJoel, uJoel inkomo, umphankomo, uqengebe, utholele umthwakazi. Sesingaculeli namhlanje lodwa, kepha sesiculeli izolo nekusasa. Sesingaculeli namhlanje lodwa, kepha sesikulela izolo nekusasa. Amathemba Amathemba ami kazayoba janina ah 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 sebeyoze baliflathela ikhaya sebethi bayagodola bathi sibalahlile phela okuwufakazi lempilo esiyiphila namhlanje eyenza sikhohlwe imvelaphi yethu sebeyoze balifulathela ikhaya bathi bayagodola bathi balinde mina nawe sukuma sambe siyobalanda gijima hamba nami siyobalanda phela ngithi okuwufakazi lempilo esiyiphila namhlanje eyenza sikhohlwe imvelaphi yethu khulumani izinganya zami memeza gogo ngikulindele angithi phela kweyami impilo ngikulindele ngiyaqonda nomlayezi nuthumela mihla namalanga oyophefumula ukuphila kweyami impilo kanti-ke usuyongivulela namasango kwampumelelo kepha ngenxa yokunganaki kwami ezami iy'nsuku zenjabulo ezizulelwa amani sebeyangizingela abasazile ngokuhle okuhle akusekho kanti nesokuphila siphelile sebecabanga ukungiphuca lokho okuncane okukhona injabulo kanye namaphupho mana gogo ngaphambi kokuba ngijeze nami ngingumntwana kangazi lutho ingabe ngishela amacala laba bafika kuqala kunami phela mina ngikhuliswe yisakaze besikholelwa kunina bebathi sawushiya lo mhlaba kwaphela ngomsamo wakithi mana gogo lalela phela sondela sambe sobalanda asambeni sobalanda angithi namhlanje siphila ngaphansi kwengcindezi sesinokuvaleleka kuyo yonke iminyango esinonqonqoza kuyo baba bethu basithuma ukuthi asihambe siyolanda impumelelo kepha la siqonqoza khona basidayisela impumelelo ngoba befuna sidukise iy'nkomo zobaba bethu amathemba ami kazayoba njanina ah, 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 ah. Ngithi khulumani izinyanya zami memeza gogo ngikulindele kweyami impilo ngikulangazelele ngiyaqonda nginomlayezi enukuthumela mihla namalanga oyophefumula ukuphila kweyami impilo ngisho sengishisa impepho emsami nginxusa ngishweleza akukho kuba uphawu lwempendulo ngithi memeza gogo ngiyafisa ngabe sawukwazi sami ungangishushuzela unginyenyezela ebusuku amashushuzelo okucobelelana kokulungiswa kwakithi amathemba ami sayibona ngithi sukuma sambe siyobalanda ngiyabonga
Another round of applause, colleagues. Thank you to the creative arts colleagues. We really enjoyed that. Whereas even I didn't hear what they're saying, colleagues, but I could feel my body was moving. I thought they were talking about Pele Pele. I don't know whether they were talking about Pele Pele, but I liked the Pele Pele one. Yes, that made my body to move. I wanted to shake my little thing. But colleagues, welcome, as I said again. Without wasting time, let me introduce Prof. Ntombela to lead us in terms of this guest speakers. Colleagues, Prof. Ntombela needs no further introduction. I tried to get Prof. Ntombela's bio. Even ChatGPT say, hey, we can't summarize. It's going to take us the whole day. So without further ado, let me introduce Prof. Ntombela. Give a round of applause, colleagues.
Thank you, Program Director. And thank you to ChatGPT for not giving you my bio. Professor Mashia, Professor Gunene in absentia, Professor Brown in absentia, and the rest of the executives. Greetings and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, students, and a special greeting to our guests. May I take this opportunity to call upon our guest speakers, Dr. Vusi Tsabetse, Professor Peggy Ngomezulu, and Dr. Ngobo to come forward, please. As they come forward, can I take this opportunity also to just, every opportunity is an opportunity to teach, is an opportunity to learn. The choir rendered lovely renditions this morning, but I just felt that they confused us. Choir, the national anthem should come first. Then we have entertainment. So we got confused. We didn't know whether to stand up or to sit when you were singing the national anthem because it sounded like it was part of entertainment. The national anthem is not entertainment. It signals the start of an important event. Thank you. I'm not sure if the presentations have already been loaded. I will start in the public. All right, colleagues, in front of you, we have 3 distinguished scholars, and they are going to give us their thoughts on the concept of internationalization, how it has been conceptualized, what the benefits are, what the challenges are, what lessons we can learn from each other. The first one to take the floor will be Dr. Vusi Tsabetse, who comes all the way from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Dr. Tabetse is a lecturer at the University of Eswatini. He's a strategist, he's a prolific researcher and a management consultant with over 20 years of experience in higher education, where he does research, training, and consultancy. He holds a PhD and a master's degree in information science from the University of Zululand. He holds an MBA in management strategy from the University of Namibia and has completed executive leadership and professional development programs with the universities of Stellenbosch, North California, and Manitoba. Dr. Sabetsa's expertise spans from information science to strategic management and digital transformation. He has published widely in internationally accredited journals and scholarly books to the point of scoping a research award, securing grants, supervising postgraduate students, and serving as an external examiner for different universities. Beyond academia, he is the founder and director of THN Consultancy, where he provides strategic advisory, management training, organizational development, and business consultancy services to public and private sector organizations. His work is driven by a commitment to advancing research excellence, innovation, digital transformation, and sustainable organizational development across Africa. Colleagues and students, please welcome Dr. Tabetse to the floor. Thank you.
Dumela bontate na bomme, ninjani? Ai, siyaphila nathi. Vice Chancellor, the university management, staff, distinguished guests, students, ngiyanibingelela namhla ekuseni. My work today is just easy. Basically, is to do a small presentation on what are we supposed to do as African when it comes to ethics, strategy, African focus of internalization. Basically, I was thinking that I'm going to make a presentation, but I'm told by the MC that basically here is just talks, which means I will try my level best to fast track my presentation for today. But my focus basically, I will try to talk to the student, whereby I believe these are the great minds of changing Africa to what we want to be. Maybe I will start with the provoking statement. Can Africa become globally connected without losing its identity? I was so proud when I was seeing the dance that is being displayed in front of us. I said, this is who are we as Africans. So we don't want to lose our identity as African. Maybe the question is, why are we here today? There are 5 forces that why are we here today? There is globalization. There is this animal whereby most of the students are using today, which is AI. Digital transformation, African Union Agenda 2063, where the previous speaker was talking about African Union Agenda 2063. And then also the sustainable goals, which means these are the driving forces that are forcing us to be here today. Internalization is no longer an optional, it's a strategy that we need to implement and develop as African. I was happy that the previous speaker has tried to define what is internalization. As academics, we know very well that we normally like defining, but I will not go in details to present or to try to define just because I have 7 minutes. I'm so proud to say that internalization as University of Eswatini and University of Zululand, we've already started this journey. Currently, we're developing a strategy on how are we going to work together? How are we going to do research together? How are we going to allow our students to work together to change this Africa that we want to develop as African? Traditionally, you remember very well, ladies and gentlemen, whereby we're trying to define internalization, whereby we're believing that it's a collaboration from north to south. But as for now, we want to develop Africa-focused internalization, whereby we will be able to do research together as African countries. Yes, we've already started in that, and we have resources to do that as Africans. Why Africa? We have all these resources as African to work together. Look at our population. We have over 2,000 languages, which basically we can able to do together. In terms of climate change, research, we can do things together as Africans. In terms of the youth, we have about 60% of youth, even we can attest even in the room here. More people that we're having here, it's the youth, which means we need to encourage the youth to work together with other youth from other African. The previous speaker has also tried to elaborate the issues in terms of ethics, like we're saying that the student will concur with me. These days, we are using AI in terms of doing research, in terms of writing assignment, which means you are challenging the academics, your lecturers, in terms of how are they going to assess you. Because at the end of the day, we want AI to be a tool to assist you, not AI to a tool that is going to do work for you. Which means whenever we are doing that, you need to think about the issues of ethics, mutual respect. As I've said earlier on, we want to have a challenge. We are having challenges as Africans, but we can shape this challenge to a strategy. Try to develop a strategy that is going to help us. We have several challenges as African in terms of visa, in terms of brain drain, in terms of funding. But as academics, we need to develop a strategy on how are we going to work together as Africans, because we want to build this African that we want. There are also some opportunities. The previous speaker has alluded to Agenda 2063. And research networks, innovation, online learning, AI. These are the opportunities that we can use as Africans when it comes to building the Africa that we want. Africa has everything it needs to become global knowledge leader. Maybe like I've said earlier on, that my presentation will specifically try to highlight AI, because AI, it's something that we are using in nowadays. And it's a tool that is good that we have to use, but we have to use it, my student and ladies and gentlemen, responsible. Whereby AI can help us for academic writing support, which means in terms of speed, we can do things very fast. In terms of virtual exchange, in terms of personalized learning, this is a tool that we can use as academics, as students, but ethical responsibility, it's key when it comes to using AI, when we want to develop the focus, Africa focus internalization. Maybe one will try to highlight some few case studies. Where are we as African? Have we already started in terms of internalization? Yes, we've already started. I want to commend the University of Zululand for establishing the international office. That's why we are here today, to deliberate on issues of internalization. They've also, when we're discussing with the University of Zululand, like I've said earlier on, we've signed an MOU where we want to put it into action. We want to have student mobility, whereby students are coming to Eswatini and students from Eswatini come this side. That's why I'm here, just because we want to put this MOU into action. We want to do research into action. Just because of the resources that we are having as countries in the Southern Africa, we can do things together. What about myself? Have I started to do the internalization? Yes. In terms of my research, I normally collaborate with other people from different countries. I also engage with some other project. There is a project that I'm doing where it's called Green Africa, whereby we're being sponsored by EU in terms of doing issues in terms of climate change, which means as Africans, we need to do that. African collaboration, most of the universities are doing research jointly, which means as African countries, we've already started in doing that, but we need to develop strategies that we want to build the Africa that we want as Africans. So what are we supposed to do? What is the framework, strategic framework for African universities should do? We need to develop partnerships, do research together. We need to have good leadership, develop curriculum that is going to address all the issues together as African countries. So what should our government do? Because basically, we also need a strong support from our government in terms of making this collaboration working, which means we need to get funding. We are appealing from the government to support us in terms of funding, developing policies and strategies that are going to force the higher education institution to venture into the internalization. In terms of infrastructure, like I've said earlier on, that we want to implement e-learning platforms, which means we need good infrastructure when it comes to the ICT in terms of internalization. So in our center today, we have these great minds, which is students. So I fully encourage or appeal to students that whenever you do research, try to collaborate with other universities from other countries. Build international networks, exchange programs, learn African languages. I was so happy here when I was looking at the dance here. I said that we can able to communicate with each other, just because I understand Sizulu, I understand Setswana, which means this is what we want to encourage with our students. So if I can ask yourself, all of you here, to close our eyes and just imagine Africa in 2035. If we can say that we are building this Africa, we can have a connected universities, we can have research without borders, we can have students without barriers, We can have African knowledge global impact. We can have AI impact, which means this is a strategy that as Africans in 2035, we want to see ourselves there. Lastly, but not least, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let us go together as African. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Dr. Tabete another round of applause, please? Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Tabete, for encouraging us, encouraging our students, the piece of sharing a piece about your own self and what you're doing. Students, the easiest that he said was learn an African language. And on Google, you don't even need to pay to learn Kiswahili or Luganda or whatever. I think that is the easiest that he said. But also to all of us, you know, there's nothing stopping us from learning other languages. I always feel sad when I go to a shopping center and at the tills I hear parents and their children speaking English to each other. Parents who look like me speaking English to their children. And it saddens me, but you know, everybody has a choice. But yeah, if we want to preserve our identity as Africa, we should be proud of what is ours. Not necessarily that we don't learn other people's ways of life, but we need to prioritize our own. Dr. Tabete emphasized the issue of identity. He emphasized the issue of strategy. Thank you, Prof. Mashia. We heard that you have developed a framework for this institution, which is what Mr. Mdletshe said he's working with. So at least we know that there are guidelines that we are following as an institution. Dr. Tabete also highlighted the issue of politics of internationalization, the issue of funding, the issue of knowledge sharing. Those are some of the things that we need to think about as we welcome the next speaker, Professor Bheki Mngomezulu, who comes from Nelson Mandela University. Professor Mngomezulu is a full professor of political science and international relations. He is also a director of the Center for the Advancement of Non-Racialism and Democracy at Nelson Mandela University. Originally from Ingwavuma, neighbor to Dr. Tabete. Ingwavuma is at the border of Eswatini, right? Yeah, he's originally from Ingwavuma in Northern Natal, KwaZulu-Natal, and he has held academic and leadership positions at several South African universities. He holds 7 academic qualifications in education, political science, and history, including a PhD from Rice University in the US. He's an accomplished scholar. He has authored and co-edited numerous books. He has written book chapters and articles that have been published in peer-reviewed journals. His research focuses on African comparative politics, higher education, identity politics, international relations, and traditional leadership. Prof. Mngomezulu has served as a visiting professor internationally and is involved in multinational research collaborations. He is also a respected political analyst and is a regular commentator for national and international media. Colleagues, please welcome Professor Mngomezulu to the podium.
Salmoran. Ngathi ngine cyber minister la isabhizi lungisa ezinye izinto. I'll use this time to greet all of you colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, And I must say that hey, I'm tired. I've been talking non-stop, including this morning, program director, Prof. I was asked to talk about Women's Month after talking to a student leadership in Daba, which brought together several universities who was talking about the caliber of leadership that our continent needs and the fact that we are led by pensioners across the continent. Oh, by the way, are there politicians here? I'll try to be a good guy today. My colleagues asked me to be a good guy. I'm not going to be tough on politicians. But the reality is that the continent is led by pensioners. I just did a quick look at some of our leaders, and the oldest is 93. He's still the president of a country in Africa, Cameroon. President Paul Biya is 93. And the youngest is Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso. And I wish we could have more youngsters so that at least what Dr. Tabeto was talking about can then come to fruition, whereby we will have youngsters being innovative, coming up with the things that are new, and then we'll be in a better position. Prof, this morning I was with Ukozi and I uploaded this university, which is my alma mater. This is where it all started. I did my degree here. And if there is a course that I failed, I will talk to the DVC, Prof. Mashia, then we can look at where my course disappeared, and then we can locate it. Apparently, okay, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I uploaded this university, I was saying that as we celebrate Women's Month, this university has the 4th VC in succession, 4th female VC in succession. And that is something to be uploaded because what normally happens, we are led by men, some of whom have failed this continent. And we are led by the elderly, some of whom have failed this continent. So we have a long way to go, but I'm not there. Here we're talking about internationalization, and I framed it in line with the theme that was provided to me, which is basically looking at internationalization and its ethics, and then Afrocentric perspectives. Some of the things I'll be talking to have already been mentioned by my colleagues, and I'm going to just gloss through them very quickly. Internationalization has become a buzzword, as we all know. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry talks about internationalization, even if they have no idea what it means. And then the University of Free State has been forced to make the following. It says that internationalization has become accepted as one of the critical processes advancing the core business of universities, end quote. In other words, we all take it for granted that we must embrace internationalization, even if we don't understand it. We just want to have it as a matter of principle. Almost all higher education institutions have internationalization committees tasked to push this project, preferably doing it ethically. In other words, all universities now have internationalization committees. Whether they are doing their job well, I'm not too sure. Whether they are acting ethically, I'm not too sure. Only the results will show us if indeed that is the case. Even businesses have embraced internationalization, and they are saying that you cannot have a business which takes internationalization and puts it in the corner. We must embrace it. While it is not a new concept, it has miraculously received new impetus recently. I don't know what the reasons are, but the reality is that everyone is talking about it. Some fall into the web of using internationalization, which is micro-level strategy to cross borders, and then they use it interchangeably with globalization, which operates at a macro level, as I will try to expand in the next few minutes. Others juxtapose internationalization and globalization with concepts such as Africanization, localization, and decolonization, each of which, by the way, has its own meaning. I'm not going to delve much into that. I've covered this in some of the publications that I've done. There are those who internationalization to a foreign concept to Africa, which is wrong, which my colleagues have already. The moment you associate internationalization with the global north, we think that you are already on a wrong path. And this is one of the myths that I would like to debunk. And they ostracize the global south scholarship, and then of course put the global north at the center. This approach then is nemesis to decolonization and Africanization agenda because it removes agency from Africans. It's as if Africans are victims, when in fact we are the main actors in most of this. Against this backdrop, then I'm going to try and talk to these issues, but then using the African lens. As I do that, I'm not going to ignore what has been covered internationally, because the other mistake that you make is to assume that if you look at internationalization from an African perspective, you are then going to refute everything Western. That is totally wrong. The two have to coexist because there is a mutual relationship between them. We then look at global understandings of this concept, globalization or internationalization. Knight Evers that definitions can shape policy. And like my colleague Tabetha was saying that if you design a policy, we normally talk about a policy cycle, where you have a policy need, policy formulation, policy adoption, and then policy implementation, and then later policy review. But for you to craft a policy, then it must be anchored on something. And in this case, if you shape your policy from an African viewpoint, it must speak to African issues. It doesn't make sense to design a policy or craft a policy that is Eurocentric in nature and based in Africa, which then draws the distinction that Mr. Mlecho was making between an African university and a university based in Africa. Those are two different things. Internationalization is not a simple concept. There is no consensus about it. So people will define it in different contexts to the extent that others liken it to foreign policy when they define it. I'm not going to go into details about that. Magginson argues that when Jane Knight, the one who started defining this particular concept, she's a Canadian scholar. When she started doing this, she was in fact informed by what she considered to be the looseness of the concept and the meaninglessness. She said, this concept does not mean anything. Let me try and have a sound meaning to it. But in the process, as she was defining it, she exposed herself, and then people started criticizing her, and then the debate continues even today. Some scholars posit that at a very outset, it is difficult to discuss a theory of internationalization, particularly because the term is not clearly defined. So, which means there is no consensus as to what internationalization means. We only define it in a particular context. If we're designing a strategic document, then we can define it for our purposes. But it doesn't mean that the definition we provide is universal, because others are going to take a different stance. Part of the reason is that the general tendency is to associate this concept with outgoing, incoming goods, ideas, and people, etc. In other words, you juxtapose two things that are coming in and things that are going out. And then we say that is internationalization. Others will focus on that which is coming inside the country. Let's say, for example, the University of Zululand wants to partner with the University of Eswatini, and then in this case, they will be saying, yeah, we have now internationalized because we have collaboration with the University of Eswatini. But it should be a two-way stream. In other words, the University of Eswatini and the University of Zululand should be benefiting from each other. It should be mutual benefit, not a two-way traffic. The moment it becomes a one-way traffic, then there is a problem. That is the point I'm making, that internationalization refers to a two-way flow, which includes inward infusion and outward engagement. It doesn't mean that one should take precedent over the other. Defining this concept, therefore, in the context of education, Knight argued that it refers to the integration of an international and intercultural dimension into the teaching, research, service functions, and all of that. In other words, it's an integration. It shouldn't be outgoing or incoming, but it should be an integration, a two-way process. That's the simplest way to define it. This does not specify power dynamics which are always at play, especially when you look at the global north and the global south. We normally serve as a sponge. We suck information from the north, and then we pretend to know more just because we've learned from the past. when the reality is we have offered a lot for the global community, a point I'm going to expound just in a minute. The vet knows that after having been in the flavor of the past 5 years, internationalization is under severe attack. The reason why this concept is under severe attack is because there are different meanings attached to it. So therefore, any assumed universal definition of the concept is misplaced. I do argue that it will be misleading at best and it will be disingenuous at worst. In other words, whenever we look at this concept, then we must be mindful of that. Higher education institutions struggle with the definition of this concept. This is despite the fact that the Department of Higher Education and Training has tried to provide some definition so that at least we'll have a working definition, not an absolute definition, where it looks at this concept as an intentional and steered process to incorporate intercultural, international, and global dimensions into higher education in order to advance the goals, functions, and delivery of higher education and thus to enhance the quality of education and research. In other words, all of these things happen because there is an integration. That is the most important part. The integration of what you didn't have before and what you have, and then we want to put the two together and then we come up with a better product. In its internationalization strategy 2023-2027, the University of Northwest considered that it is not possible to define internationalization in its broader context, as by its very nature, it is a constantly evolving phenomenon. In other words, when you think you have a grip of the concept, then other definitions will come, and then we basically have to move with time. Dale then is perhaps correct in arguing that internationalization is not a goal in itself, but a means to an end. I was happy when this point was made earlier on by my colleagues that indeed it is not an end in itself, but it's a goal which is meant to achieve a particular end. Citing other scholars, Dell observes that 20% of European students go abroad and 10% of UK students go abroad. 0.01% of students, African students, go abroad. So given this statistical data, therefore, you cannot confine the definition of internationalization only on student mobility, because then the scales are skewed against Africans. There are very few African students that go abroad. European universities, North American universities, every time during the summer break, they send their students abroad for cultural experiences, for any other reason. But in Africa, we struggle, particularly because we don't have finances to do that, and our governments are not assisting in this regard. Instead, they steal money, and then whenever there is a riot that is about to happen, 600 million surfaces from somewhere. I'm not blaming anyone, I'm just stating facts. These are some of the realities. So that money should be used to capacitate the youth and make sure that we train leaders. I looked at some statistical data last week, and I realized that about 400 million of Africans are in fact under the category youth. So the youngsters in Africa constitute about 400 million. And those who are 60 and above are only 74 million. But then you look at the leadership in all spheres, you find that the majority are the elderly. Therefore, internationalization is a broad and varied phenomenon whose definition is context specific. That's the point I want to emphasize. Now, let's link this concept then to a couple of other concepts. If you look at this, I've brought together just three concepts. On my left, which will be, I think you're right, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm left-handed, so I always confuse these things. Or on my left is localization, and then on my right, it is internationalization, and then at the center is globalization, or the globalization process. And then if you look at these arrows, they show that there is product design, whatever that product might be. You design the product, you develop the product, and then of course, you do quality assurance. Once there is quality assurance, then you take it elsewhere. The same thing happens when you have a product locally. You go through the same process and then you send it elsewhere. So that is the point I was making when I was saying that this should be a two-way process. So on the one hand, we have localization, something that is local, and then on the other hand, we have internationalization, and then somewhere in the middle, we have globalization, where we are bringing all these experiences, be they research experiences or any other experience for that matter, and then we make sure that they have global context. And then we can do that in different ways, including what Dr. Tabete was saying, where you collaborate with other scholars. There is currently a research project I'm part of, which we are doing with Brazil, Canada, and the UK. We launched it in the UK. We hosted the team in South Africa. This time it was Canada's turn to host it. And then next year it's supposed to be Brazil, but I'm told that we might have to go back to Canada for some reasons because there is a conference happening there. But what we are doing is we're bringing together the global north and the global south so that we share knowledge. So that we try to debunk this myth that Africans cannot reason, everything comes from the north. Now let's look at the last part before I sit down, looking at the ethics of internationalization. In a nutshell, the term ethics is associated with moral principles. Then you can ask yourself if your pastor does have these qualities, if your political leader does have these qualities, if your father or mother does have these qualities, and most importantly, if you have these qualities. Because ethics means that you must have moral principles so that you can distinguish between right and wrong, fair and unfair, and all of that. And before you do something to somebody, you put yourself in that person's shoes and ask yourself the most basic question. If I were in that person's shoes, how would I feel? The moment I steal from you, if you were to steal from me, how would I feel? The moment I kill your parent because I want to be mayor, how would I feel if my parent was killed? Those are the kinds of questions that are invoked by this concept ethics. Thus, ethics of internationalization, therefore, refers to the striking of a balance in cross-border cooperation and ensuring that power dynamics are not skewed in favor of one at the expense of the other. And then we are doing that because we want to be beneficial to both parties or whatever the number might be. There is concern that the expansion of internationalization in higher education is driven by instrumentalists and income-seeking motives. In other words, we have now moved to the stage where we bring in money in everything that we do. Like somebody would say, if I were to do this for you, what is in it for me? Not for us as a collective, but for me. And then post-90s, we've had a commercial turn of internationalization. And then added to that, there is what we call the marketization of higher education, where everything is about money. And then our universities are now running like businesses because of a couple of factors. Approached in this manner, therefore, internationalization benefits some, but not all, which shouldn't be the case. Internationalization should benefit all and not just a few. Inevitably, the global north dominates the global south, which shouldn't be the case because we all contribute. Global inequality poses a threat to genuine internationalization. In other words, we do have internationalization, but do we have genuine internationalization? The only time we'll have a genuine internationalization is when the global north and the global south are treated equally and not the other way around. Now, if we look at this, it summarizes this code of ethics. Anything that is ethical or any person that is ethical will have integrity, fairness, promise keeping. If you make a promise, like right now, those of you who might be running for positions to be councillors, to be mayors, don't promise people who are going to fix 1,000 potholes within 3 months, knowing for sure it's not going to happen. We are lying. Then in that case, we are not going to keep that promise. We are already unethical from the start. Even before you become a mayor, before you become a councillor, you are already acting unethically. Respect for others, loyalty, leadership, caring, reputation, and honesty. If you are not honest, then you cannot be ethical. That's the best thing to put it. So then these are some, I'm not saying these are all, but these are just some of the factors. Now, the last part is on the Afrocentric approaches then to internationalization. Afrocentric perspectives into internationalization is about basically embracing decoloniality and, of course, challenging the global power imbalance. That is the simple version of it. In other words, we are saying that currently the global south is being dominated by the global north, and we want to end that in order to have ethical internationalization. The key question then becomes, what is the contribution of African and African scholars in the discussion on internationalization? Each of us then should ask this question as part of self-introspection. Don't say, my Vice Chancellor has not spoken about this. My DVC has not spoken about this. My HOD has not spoken about. Have you spoken about it? What are you doing about it? It's all about me and not about anybody else. That's the only way we can get out of this mess we found ourselves in. It is an irrefutable fact that Africa has contributed immensely to internationalization. What remains unclear is the extent to which such contribution has been properly recorded and acknowledged. In other words, the point I'm making here is This issue of internationalization is not as new as people want it to be. It has been there. Africans have been there, been doing it. But the problem is that it's not properly recorded and it's also not properly acknowledged. And don't expect that Europeans are going to come and acknowledge that. Do it yourself. Because if you don't do it, nobody else will. It's like waiting for Jesus to come back. What if he doesn't? My friend back home in Etingwavuma said, you guys are playing games. You say Jesus Christ will come back. Can you come back to a place where you were beaten up so harsh? They say, no, do things for yourself. Don't wait for Jesus to come back. The moment you outsource your thinking, you outsource your energy, you outsource your agency, it means there is something wrong. Start doing something. You cannot change the whole world, but change the little, and then gradually you'll get somewhere. Firstly, Africa is the cradle of humankind. This one is the absolute truth that you cannot run away from, as confirmed by all these forces. So now already you have a contribution where Africans are the ones, in fact, that have contributed to humankind. And then, of course, humans originated in Africa and then they spread elsewhere. Number two, Egyptian civilization epitomized by the Nubians and the Kemet inventions are a living example that Africans are in fact a cradle of civilization. So firstly, Africa is the cradle of humankind, and then secondly, Africa is the cradle of civilization. And we have evidence to prove that. Slavery and colonialism contributed to the development of the industrial world, be it in Europe or North America. And then there is a book written by Eric Williams, and then another one by Walter Rodney. Eric Williams said Capitalism and Slavery, where he was looking at how industrial revolution in Europe, in Britain to be exact, started as a result of human capital that came from Africa. And then, of course, Walter Rodney wrote about how Europe underdeveloped Africa. So it means the reason why Europe is where it is right now, the reason why North America is where it is right now is because of Africans and nobody else. And then we can dispute that if people want to, then we can talk. Trans-Saharan Trans-Saharan trade, and then, of course, Africa-Asia trade linked Africa to the globe long before colonizers came into the picture. So I get worried when people celebrate that Africans did not know anything about governance until whites told them how to govern. That's a lie, blatant lie. You look at countries like Ghana, Songhai, Mali, and all of those countries that were running their states like nobody's business, collecting taxes, making sure that they took care of their people long before colonialists came into the picture. And then people will tell you that we didn't know anything about governance until we were told by what. They knew how to govern Europe. We knew how to govern Africa. Higher education developed in Africa before Europeans followed. And I've written extensively about it, including a book I published in 2012, where I was saying that higher education did not start from Europe. The universities that you know in Europe right now, some of whom my colleagues have visited, I've visited a couple of them, but I tell them on the face, guys, your universities are younger than African universities. You look at Africans in Timbuktu, for example, Morocco, Fez, Egypt, the University of Cairo, and many others. They predate universities in Europe. And the country that followed Africa was not Britain, by the way. Go and check which country followed Africa. It was not Britain. Britain came later. There are other countries that followed. So in other words, the point I'm making is, when you look at higher education, Africans have been doing this for some time. Even in health, there are people who will tell you that Africans did not know anything about health until Europeans came in. That's a lie. There is hard evidence which shows that places like Bunyoro Kingdom in Uganda, present-day Uganda, they were able to perform C-section without any European. They did that on their own using antiseptic banana wine. And then also there is evidence confirmed by one of the Europeans who was visiting Africa called Robert Falcon. He confirmed that in Central Africa, he found the Africans conducting C-section without any European. So if people tell you that Africa is not contributed in health, tell them they are lying. And then if you're scared of them, refer them to me, I'll talk to them. In multilateral institutions, many UN General Assembly resolutions have been initiated by Africans. You can go and check. Most of the resolutions that were passed by the UN General Assembly, they were initiated by Africans. And then if I'm wrong, then you can prove me wrong. In conclusion, these facts will tell us that Africans have contributed immensely to internationalization in all spheres of life. I've just highlighted a few. Several factors are responsible for this downgrading of Africans and the global South in general. One of them is that Western scholars deliberately misrepresented Africa. They did that. Look at the books that were written, even what was called South African history was white history in South Africa, in reality. So in other words, they did that deliberately. And then secondly, the curriculum used by the Asquith colleges, for those who don't know, Asquith was a British who was asked to lead a commission like the Madlanga Commission, but I don't think there is someone who's going to say that immediately it does not mean now. This was the Asquith colleges. I didn't mention any name, by the way, isn't it? But someone, I'm told, said immediately does not mean now. I don't know what it means. So the curriculum used by the Asquith colleges was in fact overseen by the University of London. And there was a clear intention that the curriculum must basically reflect European thinking, not African thinking. I remember Dr. Milton Obote of Uganda once complained that he almost failed his matric because he was forced to write about daffodils. He didn't know what the heck that was. And then he said, had they used examples from Uganda, he would have understood what that English paper wanted. But in this case, they used something that was known in Europe and he didn't know anything about it. He almost failed his exam. And there is also one of the scholars I had the privilege to interview before he passed on, Beto Lokot from Kenya. He wrote in his book, which is this autobiography published in 2003, My Footprints on the Sands of Time. He reflected on his experiences at Edinburgh University, where he wanted to conduct research on the history of the Luo. He was told that no, you cannot conduct any research on the history of the Luo because there is nothing written about it. And there are no people who are knowledgeable about that. Therefore, your research will not get accepted. He changed 3 supervisors, then the 4th one agreed to supervise him. And indeed, he finished his PhD, and then eventually he published a book called The History of the Luo. You can ask Uncle Gogli, he knows about it. Some African scholars emulated their Western counterparts to be accepted. This is one thing that has become a problem. We have many African scholars, but they don't put an African agenda forward. Instead, they put a Eurocentric agenda just to be accepted. That is a reality we are living with. Some African leaders opposed Africanization and decolonization to advance self-interest. I make examples here of the East Africa Legislative Assembly. This was a regional assembly in East Africa, bringing together Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, after Tanganyika and Zanzibar came together in 1964. So they formed the East Africa Legislative Assembly. They were debating about the University of East Africa, which was a federal university, saying that this university must put Africa first. But then there was a debate. Others were saying, no, if you put an African agenda, doing decolonization and Africanization, this university is going to lose its prestige. For it to be prestigious, it must emulate the University of London. That is how madness started. Our African leaders, including both the academic leadership and the political leadership, saying that you cannot Africanize a university in Africa just because it is going to lose standards. That's a lie. Our African scholars have done this. Some of us have done it. It's doable and can be achieved. The marketization of higher education and African governments' policies have negatively affected internationalization agenda from an African perspective. Because if you want to push an Africanization agenda, you are going to be ostracized. Even some potential funders will run away from you, and then you become a lone striker, and that becomes a problem. In the process, then, this internationalization agenda from an African perspective is not getting the reception that it deserves. While certain publishers or publishing houses are gatekeepers, some African scholars are reluctant to profile the continent for one reason or the other. They're just reluctant. Many African higher education institutions still privilege Eurocentric curricula and undermine African epistemologies. This is evidence in teaching and research methods, research topics, medium of instruction, etc., etc. If, for example, I say I want to interview people at Ngwavuma, and then they'll say, no, but this is not academic enough. According to whose standards? Because I want to profile the history of the people of my area. In fact, in my case, the first book that I published in 2010 was about the people of my area. I looked at the area, and then I looked at South Africa's apartheid system using my area as the lens. And that is the approach that you should be taking. If the status quo remains, internationalization discussion will continue to place the global north at the center and then by implication put the African continent on the periphery. Internationalization, therefore, as a concept is complex. Number two, in the main, it is wittingly or unwittingly misconstrued to mean what it is not. And the concept invokes power dynamics between the global north and the global south. Ignoring ethical behavior when dealing with this concept contributes to its misconceptions. While the West is mainly to blame for the tendency to undermine Africa, some African scholars and political leadership are equally to blame for what we see currently. As such, agency cannot be totally removed from Africans. In other words, we are also actors. We are accomplices to the crime. So we cannot blame Europeans alone. We have also contributed. Concepts like Africanization, Afrocentricity, Afrocentrism, decoloniality do not totally dismiss everything Western. Instead, they view the world through the African lens as the entry point. That's the bottom line. So if you talk about internationalization, we are not saying that we are going to replace everything Western. We are saying that our starting point will be Africa, and then the rest will come in to make sense of what we are talking about. As attendees, delegates, hosts, academics, and political leadership, we must position ourselves in the discussion on internationalization and decide if we want to sustain the Eurocentric view and approach or take a deliberate stance to push Afrocentric agenda in contributing or to the debate. In other words, we all have a mandate now. You decide, I like the Americans. They say you are either with us or with the enemy. So in this case, we decide whether I want to be part of those who are pushing Africa to the periphery, or if we want to be the minority that want to put Africa at the center and then let everyone else come into the picture. We cannot afford to be neutral. This issue of non-alignment does not apply in this case. We cannot afford to be neutral in such an important discussion. That will be dereliction of duty. In other words, the moment we take a decision that we are going to be neutral, that amounts to dereliction of duty, and our ancestors are going to spit on our graves. Thank you very much.
I don't think you have given him the acknowledgement that he should get. Siyabonga Dlakatla, for reminding us that we have contributed to our own degradation, and it lies with us how we change the narrative. In the interest of time, let me invite to Dr. Pumlan Ngobotu, who works here at the University of Zululand in the Faculty of Science, Agriculture and Engineering, to come forward. He is a lecturer in physics, and he is the Faculty of Internationalization Coordinator. He is an applied nuclear physicist. His work centers on Africa's role in global science through strategic partnerships, serving as principal investigator for the UniZulu SA Atlas program, as well as the SAJINR program, and as a member of the SAJINR Coordinator Committee. He was instrumental in establishing the emerging partnership with Addis Ababa University, and he also represents UniZulu as country coordinator of the Subsoil Africa Consortium of Universities, a Pan-African UNESCO-hosted organization dedicated to sustainable and responsible resource management. These commitments anchor his internationalization practice in UniZulu's Node for African Thought Vision. Using collaborations from CERN to ROSATOM, not to dilute, but to amplify African agency in the global knowledge economy. His work exemplifies how research partnerships rooted in continental imperatives can advance epistemic sovereignty and sustainable development. Please welcome Dr. Ngobo to the podium.
You can't sit around the giants and you are not Africanized. It's impossible. Ngifisa ukukubingelela. Yes, when. Greetings. Well, Can you, for a moment, just say privet, someone next to you? Just say privet. You, yeah, you've just greeted that person informally in Russian. Just say privet. So we are now unpacking the implementation of internationalization strategy here at UniZulu. And I could have taken the Eswatini, but we've had students from Eswatini from a time immemorial. So I'm gonna use, I see this Professor Jesse there in our audience. Ujambo? So I wish that you allow me on a short visualization of a student from Tanzania and her high school and sitting in the city of Arusha. And this woman is now considering her further education choices. And they are just browsing the brochures. Some openly, they are looking at pursuing their careers in the Europe. Some, they are looking at India or North America even. Some East Africa. But he is caught, she is caught by University of Zululand, a node for African thought. She becomes very curious. What is this? She goes to the website, she reads more about the University of Zululand. And she is caught by the consumer sciences program. There is Imbuya Biscuit Project. Professor Kolanis. This speaks to her. So these people, they are not just theorizing African perspectives. They are actually baking them. Fast forward, she applies, she gets admission, she flies over. Now, when she comes to our evergreen KwaDlangezwa campus, nestled at the heart of the Zulu heritage, I mean, just adjacent to Escalin. And she is met by the established Sisonke, we are together by the program that has already allocated her onto a body who will make her stay experientially amazing. I can imagine the body approaching her saying, Sawubona, hello, you must be our sister from Tanzania. And she can feel the sense of warmth, welcoming, that says, here you belong. We don't see you as an international student. You are us. Maybe we are beginning to understand. So what does it mean to be an African university? The environment that we create for our student. Now, let's take her quickly onto the classroom. She is now at the Consumer Science Lab, where she is now exposed to this imbuya, an indigenous, edible, wild green leaf that is converted onto the innovation that is actually addressing common global challenges of food security. In the class, it is modern science mixed with the knowledge that ours are actually drought resistant. And therefore, we were able to overcome many of these challenges. Part of her program and the body is the internationalization at home, where we are now having this experience of having the global village. Just because of her presence, we are able to experience global perspectives here, and our students locally, they didn't have to travel anywhere. So we're very, very grateful for students that are coming across the globe to join us here. Now, on her second year, she is building this confidence. She proposes that she has heard about the COIL program, Collaborative Online International Learning. And she then proposed that maybe the university, the lecturer, can collaborate with some of her students, high school alumni, and they will then run this program, and they will be now in one class, and they will be able to exchange a number of programs, projects, ideas. Now, let's look at the awakening that has happened to our sister Zanele. Is that she has now understood that at the University of Zululand, we actually teach and empower you as a student for you to reach a state of mind that can defeat colonization, it can resist self-imposed theories, but also, even better, that courage of self-defining. So let's look at her final year. She takes up a project. That project brings emphasis on the aspect of African epistemology, which suggests that our African perspective learning is not shallow, like Prof mentioned, that they will sometimes question how scientific it is. No, we are as rigorous, above board, and we then have her on her graduation day. I can imagine, same stage. Zanele will be walking here with a degree that will afford her to pursue studies wherever she will want to pursue her studies. Curtain closed.
Dr. Ngobo has taken us through the study abroad program in very and used a very real example of how internationalization plays out for students. In terms of our program, we're supposed to have a discussion, but before the discussion, I was told the choir has to render an item. I am hoping that as the choir sings, you will be preparing your comments and questions for the panel. Over to you, choir. Coming back to the program, we've listened to three presentations from Dr. Momomu, who was the drama king here, Professor Mzulu and Dr. Tabete, and I am sure that there are things that they said that resonated with you that you'd like, that maybe you'd like them to clarify or that you'd like to confirm, or there are questions that you have. But before we do that, I just want to draw your attention to the framework for internationalization of higher education in South Africa and international scholarship. It says it is grounded on the Constitution of the Republic, whose fundamental values are human dignity, equality, and freedom, as enshrined in the Bill of Rights. It is anchored on mutual understanding approach, which prioritizes traditional academic exchange. It is also anchored on skilled migration approach, which derives basically the migration of highly skilled immigrants. It is also anchored on the capacity building approach, which believes in the exchange of knowledge and learning from others, also called the study abroad programs. And the overarching rationale for the internationalization of higher education is to advance quality in order to be competitive in a globalized world and contribute towards the development of scholars and scholarship capable of addressing global challenges. That's exactly what the three speakers have emphasized, that as Africa, we have a contribution to make to the development of the world, the globe that we are part of. But unfortunately, the power dynamics are such that knowledge from the South tends not to reach where it's supposed to reach, or tends to be ignored or to be pushed to the margins. And therefore, the call for internationalization, the call for decolonialization is to say, hang on, we are not consumers in this world. We are also producing something. This platform today is to remind us, is to assist us to say, what is it that we as a university or we as universities should be doing to promote internationalization, to promote decolonialization? Because in the process of promoting internationalization, we are saying we have something to contribute as well. We are also knowledge creators, and so we are expecting our partners from the global north to pause and listen, because we are just as important and we have something just as important to say or to contribute as they have. So I am going to invite questions and comments if you have. And if you don't have, I'm going to ask my esteemed colleagues here, because I'm sure as they were talking, other things came to mind. If you don't have questions or comments, I will ask them to give us concluding remarks to their theme, to their discussion. But one thing that I thought of as Prof. Ngomezulu was talking was how people from the north tend to think that published knowledge, because it has been peer-reviewed, is more authentic than knowledge of the people. When I got a chance to attend an international conference in the US many years ago, one of the presenters presented about the Soweto riots, and this person shared how the riots unfolded, who was leading, and how it ended. And in the audience was an academic who was a student in 1976, who was in the riots when the riots were happening. Now, this person at the end of the presentation said to the presenter, "Thank you very much for that presentation, but you've got the sequence incorrectly. I was part of the rioting students in 1976. We didn't start there. We started there and moved there and there and there." And the response of the presenter was, "I'm sorry, but I got this from accredited journals. So I hear you, but I can't believe you because what I have just shared is knowledge that I obtained from journals." So a person who had first-hand experience of the event is not regarded as credible because they are not an accredited journal. So yeah, that is how weird things can be sometimes, that we know what we know, but because it is not in a good form, because it has not been published anywhere, then it's not worth anything. Yet, as Dr. Ngomezulu was saying, the issue of health, when many of us, my age, when we grew up, you weren't taken to hospital for every cough and whatnot, because there were herbs right there, outside. You would go and get it cut with the white flour, and then your mother would, or your grandmother would do something, and you would be given an injection at your back. And within no time, the child would be up and playing, those kind of things. But because that is not documented anywhere, then it is not knowledge. But we know that there is a lot of indigenous knowledge that needs to be unearthed and that needs to be brought forward to the table. Okay, colleagues and students, comments and questions for the panel. Do we have a roving mic?
Very much for the opportunity. My name is Tsembiso Mjali. I'm serving as the Deputy Secretary of the SRC. Mine is just a question. As per the presentation, the panelists mentioned that we need not to remove everything that is European or Eurocentric, but it's to prioritize the ideology that is Afrocentric. Then, since we are aware that the world has changed and evolved to the fourth industrial revolution, we are dominated by the tools that are robotics and the AI, and they play a huge role maybe in terms of the research. Then how do we ensure that the information that is there by these tools is Afrocentric, not Eurocentric, maybe in terms of being biased in terms of the ideology? Thank you.
For the answer, I just want to check with you. Where do they get that info? The information that they give us now, where do they get it from? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
All right, thank you. Any other? Hi, guys. Okay, I'm going to ask one of the panelists. So, okay, thank you.
Greetings. Greetings, Sanbonani. Ngiyathemba niyaphila. My name is Mtobi Simbata, who's the founder and CEO for Only for Stew. So my question is very simple, is to ask, how can we proudly
call the University of Zululand the node for African thought, when many students do not feel that all African cultures are equally recognized, respected, and celebrated. This is because when you go around campus, you see a student who's a Sangoma. So students sometimes take the student for granted. You understand? So another thing, Dr. Vos, you mentioned that we have everything we need to build African knowledge, which is true. So however, from a student perspective, we do not yet have equally access to the resources, spaces, and opportunities that we need to learn and practicing our cultural indigenous knowledge system. So we need a way of bringing that to the University of Zululand. Let us not let it to be just an idea. Let us implement it, because we have been saying that this is a node for African thought, a hub for African thought, but you are not implementing it at the University of Zululand. If I can ask what the university have been doing for the previous years that is contributing to the need for African thought, expect from what you are having today, or such a kind of initiative that you are having today, what are other things that your university is doing so that we keep on saying that you want to be part of the node for African thought? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lerato Mkhize, the Deputy Chairperson of the Debate Union. Thank you. I'd like to just comment on Professor Mngomezulu's point when he said that we have to stop the victimization of Africa, in a sense that I think the one way, most effective way in which we can stop the victimization of Africa is by educating its people. As much as we can say that South Africa has 60% of the youth, is it a capable and educated youth? That is the main question. Because we are blinded by a fallacy in which we think we know, but yet we do not know. We think we see the struggles, and yet are we part of the struggles? We are, in a sense, very capitalistic, and we lack the main concept of Africanization, which is Ubuntu. I am because you are. And I feel like if we were to educate our youth, not only just African culture, but history itself. I am a history fanatic myself, and I have learned a lot of things in history, and that is, if you want to make a change, you're not most likely to live to see it. And that is something that we have to change. People have to stop trying to, in a sense, victimize Africa. We have to start glorifying our history. We have to start celebrating our heritage and learning from it. Thank you.
Okay, let us ask the panelists to respond to these three comments and questions, and then another round.
Thank you very much for the comment and question. Ngizoshare question 2. Kona umbuzo manjena ngishare mapoloba. Question 3 ngishare udoba because so lokanda lo wakhabaze. Comment question la khabaze. Jobe you hit the nail on the head. The problem is now we lack foresight. As leadership at different levels, Moba is focus on the people that are already there, when in fact the focus should be on the youth. And we normally use the phrase, these are our future leaders, future leaders. I learned a phrase when I was in Kenya that you cannot learn how to swim by watching. You must jump into the pool, make mistakes, you'll be assisted, then eventually join or the club. So basically, the point I'm making here is for us to be able to take this continent forward and debunk this myth that for Africa to progress, we need Europeans to take the lead. The only way we can do that is to capacitate our youth. And how do we do that? We start by a good education system. I always have an issue, Prof. Ntombela, with the approach we are taking as a country. At one point, we adopted what we call OBE. And the reason we interpret OBE that way, we're saying that it doesn't resonate with the reality on the ground. I was asking the then Minister of Education, Umam Angie Motse, who is now Minister of Defense. I don't know how she got there, by the way. Okay. So the question I was asking to the minister was, how come that when we wanted to have to adopt an education system that would assist our youth, went to Australia and went to Europe and went to North America? Why didn't we go to Mozambique, Zimbabwe, these neighboring countries, where we know that if you are a high school learner or high school student, as other countries still call them, you don't make it to matric or grade 12. You live around grade 10 or grade 11, whatever the case is. But at least you are able to stand on your own. You can start a business. Why didn't we go there? Why was it advisable for us to go to Australia, Europe, and North America and come up with OBE? And where did it land us? Those are the questions I was asking. And the point you are making about learning our cultures, learning our histories, many as they are, is a critical one. The first paper I wrote when I came back from the US was titled In Defense of History. And then there was a subtitle. But the point I was making there was that under the new political dispensation from 1994, we missed an opportunity. There were many historians in South Africa, Black historians and Africanist historians who are not necessarily Black, but who pushed the Africanist agenda. We did not use those historians to write history books that were going to project Africa positively, so that at least could do away with the old histories that were taught, where white people will come to Africa and then suddenly, when black people show up, they are stealing cows from whites. You don't even know where whites got those cows from. So we were then pushing that agenda that let us have a true African history that is going to assist and groom our youngsters. And then the response from the majority of our so-called educated Africans was that no, we are now in a new political dispensation. We must let bygones be bygones. We must move together as a country. Then somewhere another CVs out to social sciences at high school. When we should be having geography, should be geography, history should be history, and then it should be done properly. We missed an opportunity. So the reason why we're where we are is because of our own making. Our political leadership, I'll come back to them, they failed us. But then we have also failed ourselves. If we say there are more women than men in South Africa, for example, how come that there are so many men who are leading us and not a few women? How does it happen? If we say there are more youngsters than the elderly, how come that we don't have young leaders? So basically, some of these problems then come from us. But I take your point, we're absolutely right, Kabazan, in saying that let us stop playing victims. We are not victims, we are agents of change, and we can make change. We can't change the world immediately, but then do the little that we can. And maybe the last point, program director, that you made about using African herbs. I said at the beginning when I was presenting that my first degree was from this university. And one believed that I only went to the doctor because the form that I needed to fill come to this university had a section which needed the medical report. I went to the hospital in Mosbot Hospital. And then I said, I have this form which needs a doctor to sign. And then they said, okay, can you give us your number? I said, what number? We need to go and retrieve your card. I said, what card? You must have a hospital card. I've never been to hospital. I've never been to hospital. Because of the point that Prof was making, that with herbs in the yard, not in the area, in the yard. If you are suffering from a headache, then there is a solution. Stomach ache, there is a solution. So these are some of the things that we are supposed to be promoting, but we are not doing that. So unfortunately then, we're these gatekeepers in journals that will tell you that no, this does not meet academic standards. Who decides what academic standards matter? So then, as Africans, especially African scholars and Africanist scholars, if they can't let to publish in their journal, then let us come up with our own journals, run them. Of course, we can run them. We are reviewing the so-called reputed journals. We review them. We review all the publications that go in there. Sometimes if you know there are books that are going to be published, we review them. So it means we have the know-how. So if they can't help us, then let us help ourselves. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Maybe one will try to address the concern that was raised by Mr. Mjali in terms of we don't have enough information concerning Africa from AI and also robotics. I think my colleague there has highlighted earlier on that it's our responsibility basically to publish as Africans so that we can have information that is available online that is being generated by us as Africans. Let's do research as Africans so that we can have this information on internet that is about us as Africans. And then the second concern was raised by my son over there. Basically, he was saying that as University of Zululand, we don't conform to our slogan, where is the node for African thought. One will say that it's a challenge to the international office. It means that we need to go back to our strategy and try to develop activities that will assist the university to conform to this slogan for us as a University of Zululand. But one will say that we are trying as University of Zululand to try to conform to this slogan, as now we're having this gathering also to try to address the issues of internalizations. You know, these matters, they are complex, if not complicated, and they require us to bring ourselves to the fore, all of us, all hands on the deck. Because if you want to reflect to this motto that we have there, you will realize that the university management leadership, they put emphasis on setting the scene and also to put the vision. So if you are running any organization, any entity, small as a founder for some company, you want to put a vision first. So we need to celebrate that. To say we have a vision. And then of course, then we need to implement that. And we are implementing. If you look at the policy that has been developed, it articulates that within teaching and learning, our module outlines, for an example, they need to be written. Firstly, the low-hanging fruit is the language. Can we infuse African-based language, at least in the module outline? I mean, if you're aware, the university has taken a position to say at least the abstract of your thesis, your dissertation, must be in Zulu. University of Zululand is a bilingual university. In my class, I encourage students, let's interact in Zulu. So you want to bring in also the aspect of colleagues to say academics, are they themselves believing in this? Because I know some colleagues, they refuse,
or they resist immediately. They start questioning, but you cannot decolonize gravity. Now, we are saying, for sure, gravity is gravity. In fact, it is giving us an opportunity to say Africans have been using Nile River for transportation, meaning they understood that you can travel using gravity, water flowing downwards for transportation. So we applied gravity before Europeans. But we also want to say, is Newton really the one that made it? That is some kind of a Dr. Barnard story where the first heart surgery is conducted by Dr. Barnard, but he is coached by someone who was Black African because he could not be registered to conduct this. And then we know it as Dr. Barnard's story. So it takes a lot. The Department of Computer Science said, they are attempting to address the aspect of language on our, call them this AI, to say at this point, maybe it's far less than 1%. You can interact with your robot in Zulu. So it is the responsibility of the University of Zululand, working with the Department of Linguistics, to say, can we push the agenda that says the University of Zululand will contribute to, is it what they are meaning? Your Grok is the one now, ChatGPT, your DeepSeek. So I believe, sir, there's a number of things that I progress, but I think they are not communicated where you spend your time on. So if many of us are spending time on TikTok, then we should try and gamify this information, put it on TikTok, so that our youth can continue to interactively go and be exposed to this important information, even if it is the one that is contributing to the economy. Thank you very much.
I don't know if there are other hands. But I want to go back to Shandu's concern. He said he feels, from what I heard, he feels that we are all taught about being the node, but in terms of how they experience life on campus, they don't feel it. Am I right? Yeah, that is a concern that he has, and unfortunately, I don't think any of the panelists can respond to that. But we are taking note of that, and I think Mr. Villager and his team are taking note of that. Fortunately or unfortunately, Dr. Nova, the Dean of Students, has left also because he's also one of the key people who should be driving the social environment that prevails on campus. But we heard you. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? This is the last round. We are already behind time, but you go ahead. We'll take 3 more if there are 3. Over to you, sir.
Greetings. I'm Mr. Mtiane, Skubuzo Mtiane, the founder of Ilizwi Radio. And it's more on the African, it is promoting Africa. That's why the motto says, the voice of Africa, where the Africa speaks and the world listen. So that's a motto of our station.
So cool, Siabong.
So my question is, how can Ilizwi Radio can play or contribute and promote the international education and culture exchange through broadcasting? Thank you.
Sibona igama nguNtokozo wakamisa.
Dokozo,
Yeah.
Dokozo bani?
Mia.
Oh, Mia.
Area. Unfortunately, angikwazanga ukulalela the full presentation by uProfessor Mngomezulu, but I mentioned ukuthi there is a difference between being an African university and a university based in Africa. And iUniZulu is one of the university interested in indigenous epistemology to affirm its identity as an African university rather than a westernized university in Africa. Yabo. So ngokubuka iteam yanamhlanje ngibe nombuzo a concern ukuthi what is the focus on internationalization before Africanization? I think shouldn't we first root ourselves as African universities so that when we go global, we go as in Africans and not as copies of the West. And umlando uyazisho ukuthi the Bantu Child has been taught from an early age that equality with European is not for them. So bengicela Prof kahle this question is directed to Professor Mngomezulu ukuthi why is the focus and UniZulu at large and also to sakhumbula igama but it's Prof from the University of Eswatini. Shouldn't you first prioritize or the focus first be or on Africanization than internationalization? Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. I'm not going to try and defend the panelists, but remember that they are responding to the invitation from UniZulu, which asked them to talk about the ethics and strategy of Africa-focused internationalization. So they were given a script, but I am sure they will have some answers. Thank you. Over to you.
Sanbonani, igama uSibusiso kaNkosi, and I am a final year B.Ed student. Umbuzo enginawo is basically directed to Dr. Tabete as well as Prof. Mngomezulu. Dr. Tabete mentioned something about Africa having everything it needs to become a global knowledge leader. And as well as Prof. Mngomezulu, he said something about the concept of internalization being one of the most contested concepts. So the question is, how do we ensure that we promote internalization and position Africa as a global knowledge without compromising our academic ethics, values, as well as EIKS? And in terms of funding, we do know that most of research, academic and scholarships, they mostly rely on international funding. So as we outsourcing funding to promote this internalization, how do we ensure that we also don't compromise our African need as well as our values as Africans? Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Asibonga ngembuzo. Asiqale in reverse order. Ubaba Nkosi, this idea of internationalization being a contested concept. Yes, it's a reality because most of the time people define it in a context-specific context. In other words, they say we define internationalization to mean this in the context of this document. Let's say, for example, you are preparing a strategic planning, we have a strategic planning session where the aim is to come up with a strategic document for the university. You will then say, for our purposes, this is how internationalization will be defined, given all the different definitions that are there. In other words, we have a working definition. That's why I was saying that the universal definition of internationalization currently doesn't exist. It's defined in a particular context. So then, what is it that the university wants to achieve? And then which documents does it base its definition on? Prof has just highlighted that there is a policy document by the Department of Higher Education and Training, which is a guiding document. So this is our understanding. It doesn't mean that it is the absolute truth, but it's a working document. So in other words, all we need to do then is that whatever we do with Africa as our starting point, this is the lens from which we are moving, which then also speaks to the question about Mayor. If we talk about an African university and a university in Africa, a university in Africa would be just geographically located in Africa, but in fact, everything it does is to project Eurocentric idea. So this is a university in Africa. But an African university will have Africa as the lens through which it views the world. In other words, whether you're talking about internationalization, globalization, whatever concept you think of, but we have Africa as a starting point, then everything falls into place. Which is the point we were trying to make, that it doesn't mean that for Africanization to exist, then you must do away with internationalization, or you must do away with globalization. All we are saying is we are part of the globe. That one is a fact you cannot run away from. But then what is our contribution to the global debate? We come as Africans, but not just as the outsiders, or as in these soapies that people watch, the extras, those who just go around serving tea. They never save in one word, but they get paid anyway. So the point is, we cannot be those people. In other words, we must be at the center. And the only way we can be at the center is if we capacitate ourselves. Because it doesn't make sense to have an African just to make the numbers. An African who will not offer anything. That is why I always have an issue when we say this university is predominantly black. And in order for us to bring a white person, and then, in other words, in order for us to meet the quotas, we must bring in white people to try and mix. Just for the sake of it, I can't bring a white person who doesn't add anything. The same happens if you take a black person and then you plant that black person in a white dominated university and say you are making a change. No, we are just ticking the boxes. The black person is useless in that regard. Bring in a person who's capacitated, who's going to make a change. As for those represent that is why then some politicians hate me when I say, take the cadre deployment policy, for example. There is nothing wrong with that policy. Cadre deployment policy is a correct policy. But the problem is if you deploy cadres who know nothing, then you have a problem. Take cadres who know nothing, capacitate them before, then you deploy them. Then cadre deployment will make sense. So that's basically the essence of it. The last one that was directed to me and Udo here was about. I'll leave the one on the media. I'll leave it to my colleague here who will talk to it as to how you can do that. But in passing, all I can say is, if you are a media house, I work with a number of them, national and international media houses, Russia, China, whatever you call them. I work with them. What normally happens is that it depends on the agenda that you are pushing. If you want to push a Eurocentric idea, you will always invite people who have a Eurocentric mind. But if you want to push an Afrocentric idea, you are going to bring in people who are grounded in Africa, who are going to push the African agenda. But my colleagues will add, and I can't finish everything. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think we have highlighted most of the point, but I want to address the issues of Ntokozo Mia and also Nkosi concerning the African universities. Yes, it's true that we need to start in Africa, like our team here is saying African focus. It means that first of all, we need to believe in ourselves as African or African university. That is key. We need to believe in ourselves. And like Prof highlighted earlier on, even whenever we engage with other continents, let's believe in ourselves. Because the challenge is, as Africans, we don't believe in ourselves. I was happy my colleague here when he was saying that now here at the University of Zululand, they encourage students to write abstract. using our mother language, which is very good, which means as for us as Africans, we need to believe in ourselves, which means, first of all, let's start in Africa, and then we can move on when it comes to internalization. Like Prophets highlighted earlier on in terms of Mthembu, Lizwi Radio can also play a major role in terms of advocating these issues, since you have a lot of mileage in terms of reaching a lot of people, that as African, let's try to promote ourselves vis-a-vis in terms of promoting the other nations. Let me also hand over to my colleague here to also add.
Oh, but the audience did not invite me to respond, but I'm a lecturer. If you bring a mic, I will grab it. Well, hello, Nyapila. Siyabonga bomthiyane. So, there's a colleague of mine. From my side, as much as not an official response with your involvement, but there is also a component on community engagement as far as internationalization is concerned. So the university will have teaching and learning. You have a responsibility for community engagement. There's research. You have that responsibility. So within research, there's internationalization and then community engagement. So I foresee academics, for an example, when they have just doing a project that has an international flair, using your platform to make the society aware of what is going on, of the guests that have graced the university, etc., but also just delivering science that matters kubantu bakithi. Thank you. Oh, not science, sorry. Academic activity around the university. Thank you.
Maybe one will also provoke our discussions when it comes to issues of climate change, issues of agriculture, issues of health. It's our duty as African University to collaborate, because in terms of contents, these are the challenges that are affecting, especially I would say, the Southern African countries, which means we can't go international, but we can go African universities and try to solve those issues, like I mentioned earlier on, climate change, agriculture, and health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last speaker is just reminded us that it doesn't mean going to Europe, but crossing over to Eswatini or to Namibia and Zim, that also is part of internationalization. And the challenges and the problems that we face as SADC countries can be resolved through international partnerships with those countries who are also experiencing the same problems. But our time is up, so please, can you give the panelists another round of applause? Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was really a thought-provoking, and some of the questions that were raised here are questions that as a university we need to think deeply about how we move forward as an institution. But thank you so much for your time and for your thoughts on these issues. Back to you, sir.
Thank you a lot, Prof. Let's allow last round of applause for the panel members, colleagues. Very thought-provoking issues that were raised even from our side as the social and transformation space. All right. From us as the transformation space, very important points that we also do take note of, specifically in the understanding of, the note for African thought in terms of the lived experiences of the students and how then it translates into social inclusion, because in reality, yes, remember colonialism took away our beingness, took away our power, took away our privileges, or even brought what we call white privilege within the system. Even in terms of, as I said, the knowledge, our identity, our beingness. Hence, the Social Transformation Office management showed it proper to say, let us, this office, continue doing the work, because our work also talks to the decolonization of our identity. Who are we? Because now, if you look and read, it's truly to say, who are we has been defined from a Western conception in terms of who we exclude, who do we bring in, the othering of others within our system based from their gender, from their sexuality. So it is important that we engage in this kind of discussions so that we decolonize the space, because like we say, success cannot be achieved if there's no access. But access in itself must translate to our lived experiences. When we live here, we must be able to say, when I look back at UniZulu, is that my home? When we talk of I am UniZulu, we need to make sure that each and every one of us within the space know that, yes, I am UniZulu. And very important issues like the issue of language, how we transcend in terms of how we engage. I speak Setswana where I come from. So how then should we allow to speak English? What Africans, what should be the language, or should we remain with isiZulu, which create also privilege for others? So how then do we begin to balance this from an international point of view so that also become relevant? I normally ask this question. If I take one of the students here and say, go and do a research project in Japan, will they be able to survive? Will they be able to understand the global world, how it functions? Will they be able to still be proud of their being UniZulu while still existing within this global world? So those are the questions that are very important for us, and I thank the panel members for engaging with us, even, for sharing their lived experiences on this kind of issues. Even the strategic partnerships that we need to establish, not just for the sake of them, but at the end of the day, as I say, we must have the lived experiences of the students. The student-centeredness, our approach needs to always be there. So thanks, colleagues, for that. So before then, we allow also even the panel members, to take their seat. Let us give to the creative arts and also Mr. Zenzele. I believe that can you just relax a bit, colleagues, while I'm preparing Mr. Zenzele to give to the speakers, then we can give creative arts just to give us one song so that then we can, share the gifts with the colleagues. Creative arts, are you ready, or should I give it to the choir? I see the choir is always ready. Oh, you are ready? Choir, are you ready? Please, the floor is yours. Creative arts. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. Colleagues, we've got a very small token, a university. Just ukuthi sibonge nje ukuthi nikwazile ukuthi nifike la, nibe nathi. Ngisacela uSolwazi uMgomezulu asonde. Hey. Okay. Oh, it is. Okay. Thanks. Bengisacela uDokotela uThabethe.
Follow. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mdletshe. Oh, colleagues, don't worry. I had mine. I will go and get at the office. They just left it at the office, so don't worry. Are you ready, colleagues? Creative Arts, the floor is yours.
Dike.
Awuvuma uzothi wena. Sawubona ke.
Yebo bana.
Sawubona ke ngane.
Ele sobra
Sishi, hayo kusishi, besu shona. Shai besi pamo, oveni levo, no, in shai besi pamo. Omsaso, sitelo, omsaso, omsaso, hello. I don't know. I shy, Say nama. 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 Say nama.
Round of applause, colleagues, for the entertainers. Yes, like I say, how can we be Africans and we do not sing? That is basic. Even we don't sing Dora Mifa Solatio, you must sing as an African. It is in your DNA. So thanks, colleagues, for that entertainment. So, colleagues, we are now nearing the end of our program. So let me give to Mr. Mdleje just to give us a vote of thanks so that then we can be released and have something to nibble. Mr. Mdleje.
Siyabonga mphathi wohlelo. Colleagues, gratitude goes to Prof. Ntombela and Mr. Mutwana for a well-directed and facilitated program. To DVC Prof. Mashia and Acting Register, Mr. Keswa for gracing our occasions, and our esteemed guest, Prof. Mngomezulu, Dr. Tabete, Dr. Ngobo. Thank you for impressive, thoughtful, provoking presentation. To students who provided input questions. It shows that you were listening attentively. We celebrate this as it shows that we are impacting positively to your academic growth. To all of you colleagues and students for making this program a reality, we appreciate your presence and contribution. To my stars, the coordination team, thank you colleagues for your hard work. You are the star. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mdleje. A round of applause, colleagues, for Mr. Mdleje. Well, colleagues, Masodlani Madot, we are done. Thank you. Alfunukla, Masodlani. Thank you, colleagues. We are done with the event for this morning. We'll meet again. Oh, colleagues, just one last note. Please, can you leave these programs on the table as you leave, because tomorrow we're gonna use them again for the students' leg off. So just make sure that you leave them on the tables as you leave. Oh, and also to our guests, can you just, as a last, we need to take a group photo of the guest speakers together with the facilitator. Then I think we'll be ready. Colleagues, have a good lunch. Or you want me to make a short prayer? No, let us go and eat. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Mdleje and the team, I don't know in terms of the eating arrangements, do we all go and make cues there, or what are the arrangements regarding the process of eating? Oh, I'm just waiting, colleagues, just to hear from Mr. Mdleje the way forward, and I think we will be done for the day. Thanks, colleagues.
Thank you. Colleagues, we request all the staff members to go to this side, and the students, I think there are serving stations. I see one in this side, and there's another one in this side. Can you kindly proceed, have a queue, and they are there to assist you. And my colleagues, can you go to this side? Thank you.
Ma'am, phone